What's up, guys? Okay, cool. Discord's working, but weird. MQ just kept dropping this morning. It hurts. Eh, I'm kind of happy about it. How fucked are Shortville on a scale of 1 to Todd quits? Not that fucked yet. VIX is only at 15. And most of the sold puts in this range got blown up like a few days ago, right? So there's some new ones that got buried. I think the thing that's more significant is the long calls that were in the money got fucking nuked. Tesla's probably big fucked. Yeah. 221 is it's gotta be getting pretty close to delta neutral here. IV's still probably too high to buy anything on it, but yeah, 230 was kind of the last major support till 200. And then gamma neutrals at 199.31. What's on the 1 hour? Big NASDAQ head and shoulders. Oh, yeah. Yeah. On NQ. Absolutely. It's got so much room. Look at that. Woo. Juicy. Is this MOASS? I don't know. How many puts do you have? Could be. Are we going to get the fabled 2% down day? NQ's almost there. It's like 172 right now. Dollar's dropping pretty fast. USD JPY is down 122 points. VIX 3-month is almost at 17. It's pretty exciting stuff. I think the next major support on NQ is at like 18, 18.9, 18.990, right around there. So that's got some room. Apple sold off pretty hard this morning. Nvidia dumped. The Google news was really bad for AI, right? We've spent a year and a half pricing out like search and marketing and pricing in huge growth in AI. And so far it hasn't even made a dent. Google's search earnings are doing great. AI is not taking their market share at all. What happened to Google? Yeah, did you miss that? So, Google announced that their search earnings were up year over year. And there's been this huge expectation that, Chat GPT and all of that was gonna make, Google obsolete, and a lot of that was priced into like Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia. Um, and not only has AI not made a dent in Google search, um, Google search is doing better than ever, which is really bad for AI. When did you enter your TQQQ position? Last night? Well, yesterday before close. Upside resistance, downside support. Support 5,500, then 5,475. To the upside, really the only thing that matters is gamma neutral, but I guess 5525 might be a signal that we're gonna test DN, like DN GN, which is what, 5530, 5540 ish. This is the ES test of the long-term trend, or well, pretty close, pretty close. It's the SPX test of the long-term trend. Let me pull it up. So maybe some ES support around 5450, but not a lot of support in this range from like 5500 down. Kylie sold her Tesla and bought into Dole. Are we sure about that? Let me get this straight. We spent billions, trillions, creating chatbots to replace something that we already had that worked fine. Yep. Hypothetically, if you had 10 a.m. tea time, would you hold your August 16 SPX 8C? I know you love golf. Well, you've got another not quite 30 days. I mean, I don't know. Do you think it's going to continue down? Are your profits sufficient for you to walk away? There's a lot of questions here. What's my cost basis on these? I need to sell two. A scale 1 to 10, how weird is it for IWM to be rocketing right now? Odd. Sector rotation? Might be a little bit of sector rotation. Yeah, could just be that the chain is fucking stacked with calls above 20 or 220. So I wouldn't say it's that weird. If IWM fails 220, that's pretty bearish. Because then a lot of delta starts falling off. Yield curve getting horned up. Yep. The 2-year dropped almost 200 BPS this morning. And correlation is doing big uppies. So we're getting a big old breakdown in dispersion. Yield curves uninverting at a parabolic rate. Would it be reasonable to expect IWM to follow SPX if SPX keeps going down, or is that too simplistic? Okay, so no, it's not too simplistic, but we're going to need a bigger, scarier move out of SPX to shake people out of the small caps that they just rushed into, right? Like small caps are great and all if the market stays healthy and rates get cut. But if the market is unhealthy and people in small caps get scared, they're gonna dump just as fucking hard as everything else. So think of it as being maybe a bit more resilient, but also exposed to a greater potential drawdown. USD JPY is dying. No, someone's de-risking the fuck out of it. Someone is pulling their leverage back quickly. An unhealthy market is where everything becomes correlated, ironically enough. Well, yeah, but correlated to the downside, right? Support? Not really supporting. Well, 5,500's a big deal. I think it's probably important that we're still below it. Why subscriber only, chat? Oh, is it? Whoops. Wait. Hold on. No, it's always like that. It keeps the super stonkers out. Yep, PMIs are out. I don't expect it to be very impressive. So a little bit hotter composite, slowdown in manufacturing, services picked up. So slightly inflationary. That might be bad for IWM actually. Hmm. It's not going to be great for SPX, I don't think. Conditions going to tighten a little here. Short yield on vol moved up. Dollar still dumping a bit. Yeah, Joby almost tested 7 again. It's a lower high, right? Should I sell some on this account too? Oops. VIX over 16. Yep. SPX losing 54.90. Is JPY USD de-risking our canary? Could be. Yeah. Scion's only down 2% so far. Not a very strong bounce here at 19.5 on NQ. Looks pretty weak. Support futures ES is testing support here at 55.30. And IWM is picking up that correlation that everybody was worried about. Why did you sell the market? Wait, what did I do? What do you think the range is now? I still think 54.75 or 54.50 are possible to the downside today. AT&T does not give a fuck. I know. It's awesome. Imagine holding Tesla calls into earnings yesterday. I'm sorry for your loss. Roku is broken. Nice. How low could IWM go today? If it loses 220, it's pretty bearish. It looks like it might be very quickly on its way to losing 220. How did the Bulls banks save this? It's gonna be tough. I love when a stock is so liquid I can see a small buy order. It's very funny. Hmm. I'm sorry for your loss is a great way to commiserate a bad play. Yeah. Did you short Elon out of principle yesterday, Trash Dan? I hope you did. Gherkin, things might be getting violent. No shit. You think I'm gonna touch that stock with a 10-foot pole? Yeah, I could see that. I got a lotto call for Tesla. It'll come back. See, I have conviction. Maybe too much, even. Last quarter they whiffed and the stock ripped. You gotta wait out the cult to lose faith before all actually revert to its true value. Yeah, you're not wrong. Although institutions spent a really long time setting up like the bear trap on Tesla, right? Like they got it above GN for like an entire month before it actually took off. Don't you bounce? No, you don't. You saucy bitch. Aw, sad. I'll short it if it breaks 220, I guess. Should probably move my stops up, right? Stop limit. That's the stop limit, right? The fuck? Sell this shit at $4. Well, no. Still use it back, so. Tiny bit of support at 80. Let me see something. Okay. A little bit of support at 80. Maybe. But resistance at 85 to the upside. Yeah, we got a bunch of puts down at 54, 55. Mhm. Mhm. Hmm. Failure. Lower high for IWM. We'll see. Might get crushed at VWAP. Double bottom here on SPX. If we get a little bounce, we should get some profit taking because the drop was insane. Gap filled. Ooh. Should probably set a stop down here, right? NQ just broke under 500. Nice. $10 o'clock. We have oil data. 10:30. We have one kind of important auction at 11:30. I don't think the 17 weeks going to be all that relevant, but the FRN's probably pretty important. Carry trade is dying a little bit. This is getting a little bit more volatile than I want it to. That's weak. Yep. VIX is still going up. Let's see. ES lost 55.30, testing 55.20. This shouldn't be a very big support. I think we're pretty likely to see 5,500 ES. This bounce was terrible. So another breakdown if we get below 54.7760. Maybe down to like 54.65 or 54.60. Where does IWM have support? 220. But the lower high is probably pretty relevant here. It may push through on the second test. If it does 216-ish. Market's dead. I'm dead. It's not completely dead yet, Popcorn. You still have time. Is the glorious V still possible for today? Well, we're not very likely to V from this range. Not rapidly. The MM is net negative on most of their exposures, right? So and nothing really to drive a V. V's kind of going the other direction down here. Oof. Yeah, might be just selling off right through the ES support. This does not look great. Alright, let's fucking boop. That's what we're looking for down here. Test of this trend. This is probably where there's actual support. 69 to your likes. Thanks, French. Only 69 likes. Unbelievable. If VIX holds above 16, are we in strangle territory? Yeah, we could start strangling. Buster yawn. Well, we're just blowing right through nap time, aren't we? Hmm. Dumpies. Let's go. Slip $15. Dude, maybe even more. I'm not gonna build up support here, right? This would be shitty. Anytime I like the stream, I start getting recommended market gurus Who want me to buy their trading software? Hey, wait a minute. They don't have trading software. I would like to take this time to say you called this move to a T last week. I remember it vividly. Thanks, Cobra. I did try. I haven't had this much fun losing swings and winning zero DTEs in a while. You think ES has a shot of breaking 5,500 today? Maybe. It's a beautiful day, Pickle Man. Thank you so much, Daniel Groves. I'm glad you're killing it, dude. What the fuck is this bounce? Fuck off. I'm really trying to sell the 220 put? That seems stupid. 54.70, 270. Hmm. Just keep bleeding. Getting more support at the 70 strike than I would like to see. Maybe we need to lose that. Ooh, but then we could get 55. 55 or 50. That's the long-term test. Jesus Christ, this looks bearish as fuck. Dork, do you see this? When's this software gonna be released to the public? Probably a few months after the beta. We're hoping. Hoping we have everything hooked up and ready to go by then. All we need to know is when to buy calls. Bear song today. Fuck your calls. Both. It's a pigeon whale only thing, and it's paid. I bet Jensen hates Elon right now. Probably, yeah. Is this good old-fashioned sell-off with a side of panic, or just controlled de-risking? I wouldn't say that this is panicky yet. Although, if we get below like 54.46, it might get a lot more panicky. We're getting very close to that like CTA trigger, right? How much will you charge when the software is ready? It's a web app. Well, I don't know yet. There's still a lot of pricing we have to do. We have to figure out like scale, how much infrastructure and licensing is going to cost on a bunch of stuff. But I think we should come in significantly below all of the competition, and because I mean we're not really doing it for profits, right? And then hopefully we can set up pricing in a way that will be beneficial for the people that need separate levels of data. Like I've said, free labor here. I know. Thank you. We'll be using up a lot of memory. I don't hope not. Right now, it's super fucking fast. Like, lightning fast. I think it's the fastest options data that I've encountered so far. Oh, is it fast, Gorg? It's fast, Nuke. It's so fucking fast. Will your white guilt give me free data access? I grew up in Bed-Stuy. You're whiter than me, Rims and Tims. I've never worn Sperry's in my life. Way faster than what I pay for now, I bet. Yeah. Let's see what happens when 100 people are querying nonstop 9 to 5. It's going to be more than that. And we will. We will. And we'll make it even faster. What's a Sperry? Little boat shoes. Little New England casual boat shoes trashed in. You've never worn Sperry's, and I'm taking financial advice from you. Oh God. Well, see, you're specifically not. Bed-Stuy was not gentrified when I was a kid. At all. We've load tested up to what was it? 1200? I believe it was 1500. I'll only pay for this if it doesn't have AI anywhere. Well, sounds like you're going to miss out on the Gherk portfolio shaming chatbot. Can you short Jehovah's Witnesses? I don't think they own anything. That's why they have to walk everywhere. Quit calling me by my full name. It makes me feel like I'm in trouble. Yeah, but you're into that shit. I don't like this bounce. Did I just use it to buy more? Hmm. Futures retesting 55.20. That looks bearish as fuck. Hmm. We could get a little bit of a bounce here, I guess. I'd prefer if we didn't. There's a difference between feeling naughty and being grounded. As long as I get to see Dork and Jfresh sword fight when I want to buy something, then I'm still in. Okay. We'll work on that. So much futures volume. Yeah. That's my favorite feature. Quote, how did you not make money? What's the bok choy a reference to? We were talking about there being sand in bok choy, and then Atomic was trying to gaslight me yesterday. Having pricing tiers is a great idea for people like me who have basic understanding of the market, but can't dedicate a lot of time every day. Yeah, well, I mean, that's not really exactly how we want to approach it, but we will have tiered pricing. There's definitely there's definitely data that is, you know, more beneficial based on the time you have to spend in the market, and we're trying to separate those tiers in a way where it doesn't feel like you just have to buy the top one, right, and you know, ensure that the lower tiers include the necessary data for, you know, like portfolio management or people who are more into like swing trading. That's Mr. Pickle. I'm off to the market with my camera. Maybe they clean them before you buy them. Wait, are you going to like the Asian market? Because that's not fair. They like massage their fucking produce before they put it on the shelf. Will the price bring me to tears? I have no idea. Oh, son of a bitch. 1 second. Never mind. I guess not. IWM getting spanked by VWAP is fun. Yeah, but if SPX starts to turn around here, IWM is gonna also. And if it gets back above 222, it's probably gonna run. I guess that's still part of the bear flag, but tricky. I don't like the cross of VWAP on that. Okay, but S&P got rejected. See, there's quite a lot of resistance to the upside on SPX here. I just don't know how that's going to play out for IWM. Oh, speaking of which, Correlation's turning around a tiny bit. The forward yield on vol is still picking up. The yield curve is still uninverting at a pretty rapid pace. The 2-year is now down to 4.389. They sing and talk to their produce before it goes on the shelves. I mean, they like clean it and trim it though, right? Phone call means pump. Door knock means drop. Where's the next Netflix resistance after 650? Good question. Mm, 630 or 620? Oh, you bitch. Uh, what have I done? Um, Straight pump. Okay, yes, failed, but vol's still getting shorted. Um, hmm. Sold puts below 60. Hmm. of fucking options on the chain. AVGO kind of looks like shit. Google's bouncing back a little bit. Tesla keeps dropping. Tesla lost 220. Not a lot of support between 220 and 200 on Tesla. Okay. All right. Interesting. FSLR, Enphase, and Coin all pushing up. So maybe the next leg down here. Yes, failed the retest at 55.20. So let's see if we get a lower low off of this. Looks pretty good. Gold fucking ripped. I know. It's not a market crash. It's not market crash confirmed, right? But this trend is, if we go out to the daily, pretty important, right? We haven't broken this trend since October, right? So it's relevant. I mean, there's definitely places where you can find support, but not many. Not many at all. All I heard was GDP good. GDP good is bearish though. Like if GDP is hot, that means inflation expectations are gonna go up again. Win Pimento. I don't know. Let's see if we can get to 5100 first. Did we get significant? No, no significant news. I mean, earnings weren't good, right? So that was kind of significant, but I don't think any of the other news really mattered very much. If GDP is bad, they have to change the recession definition again. Yeah, but the last time they changed the definition of a recession, we got a 20% drawdown, right? Beyond have any FTDs the next couple of days? Next week, starting next week, maybe ETF FTDs. I just woke up. Did the Houthis attack the market? It's a sea of red out here. I saw some video and like on Twitter. It was like Houthis lose a blowfish. That was it. I didn't watch the video. The title was just amazing. Will the platform have explanations of the food metaphors? Maybe not. We'd like to keep it options focused, but we are considering an animated meatball. SMCI hit 750. That Pickles pick was a week early. That was a pick for 0 DTEs. And on a failing market. Did you short SMCI into a rising market? You guys should really read those. Oh, are we? I don't know. We've talked about it. Nuke, if there's anybody who wants an animated meatball on that chart more than me, it's you. It's not a fucking brokerage. How are you gonna submit a trade? No, he's not. But also maybe. But not. Does JPOW talk about rate cuts that are not happening this week? When's JPOW speaking? I've mailed you dozens of dollars worth of trades. Are you saying that process goes away with the new platform? Are you the person who keeps emailing me cash in envelopes saying you know what to do with it? Same way I always submit a trade. I give a fistful of cash to the first person I see in a suit. The latency is awful, though I keep blowing up my port. Did you re-enter Vega 2Ds at all, or did you keep some? I went long VX contracts after Tesla missed earnings last night. And then I'll pick up Vega contracts if there's another like bear rally. But I'm still short like a lot of TQQQ, so I'm fine. I have TQQQ 82s for December, and I was straddled overnight. I don't want anybody mailing me money. Can't remember the last time NQ was down 450 points before lunch. It's pretty cool, huh? VIX futures. Will this VXX 1 to 4 split help me get back to my $65 cost basis? No. Yes. You never send the nudes. You said we're close to breaking below the trend from October 2023. I'd say we're bouncing off the top of the trend we started in October of 2022. Hmm. I mean, breaking down here would be re-entering that trend. Like the old trend from 20 like the 2022 low. Can you show us these trends? Yeah. So, yeah. This is on the weekly. This is like that. Seems like we should be expecting big downside resistance here. Near here? Big support? I mean, not necessarily. 5470 is pretty strong support right now. But the puts they're selling are definitely at risk if we fail. Aren't we in the CTA danger zone? Pretty close. 54, 40, like 53 to 46. Will the platform have an AI JFresh that says they're shorting vol and pumping me in 7 and also rant about potatoes? We'll see what we can do. Gherkin, just woke up. I'm never waking up early again. This is nuts. It's a pretty crazy start to the day. If we lose 70 right now, we can drop pretty quickly to 50. There's not very much support at the 65, and then all the puts are being sold like 55, 50, 45. So those would probably squeeze out. If we fall below 45, we could squeeze puts all the way down to like 5,400. QQQ is dead. Yeah, it's not doing great. Yeah, the next big support on it's like 19 to 55. Mm, stop what? The arrogance to be selling any puts right now. It's not. Remember when we joked about QQQ surpassing SPY? Man, that would have been dope if it happened. I disagree. That would have been seriously fucked. How does a normal person like us track CTAs? Um, hmm. So the CFTC releases reports every week, and so does CME. Um, CME has a free data service called Quick Strike that you can use, sort of. It's a piece of shit, but that's one way of doing it. Yeah, JPM and Goldman and B of A all compile CPA data. Hard to get the research reports though, unless you have like a preferred banking account with them. Wait, where the fuck do they have CTA positioning on WeBull? Is there a preferred account with you that gets pictures of you shirtless? Grim2, if you want to become a pontiff, you can have me shirtless in real life. You like your egg cum, baby. You want to get all your firewood ready for the winter, and we'll just spend all day chopping it shirtless, dork? When IWM downs, it goes down hard if it drops below 220. I don't think Dork has chopped a cord of wood in his life. Bet you he has. You know, I'd even bet you Dork's chopped a lot of wood. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that a euphemism? Yeah, it was. How much wood could a dork chop if a dork chop could chop wood? I think the saying's how much wood would a dork pork chop if a dork pork chop could chop wood. Hmm. Yeah. I kind of want SPX to go up so IWM can go back down again. So if we slip 54.50, where would the next stop be? That's a good question. Hmm. DN. Maybe like 52 52.50, 52.70, somewhere around there. Below that, 5100. A loss of 5100. 45.23. Dork, are we gonna squeeze the short puts here? I'm so fucking ready. Yeah, the FRN's pretty important. $45.23. Geez, man, ease a brother into a number like that, would you? I mean, when markets drop, they drop, right, Windmill? You remember after the FOMC meeting in like June of 22 when we dropped 12% in 3 days? That was good shit. I remember we dropped so fucking hard that everyone shorted the August bear rally too early with not enough theta. People buy theta all the time. It's really cool and fun. The crazy thing was at the end of that first day, you couldn't find a Twitter furu not like, I'm taking calls, this is the bottom, and it just kept going. That was a good time. And then remember in October, all the Twitter furus are like, this is it, this is crashing. And then it reversed. Oh, Pimento, I miss you. You actually think this can go to 4,500? Yeah. I posted our gamma chart. Not 4,500 today. Jesus Christ. Let me see if I have a 0 DTE one that's current. No, I'll throw it in, I'll throw it in Pickles Picks. Nan. What kind of time frame would that be? Week, month? To drop that low, there'd probably be a bunch of bear rallies in between. Like down here, we start to get a fairly clear path to delta neutral. But delta neutral is still significantly above 5,400. Things will change too. Those targets will change as we drop. Like delta neutral will get closer to spot probably pretty quickly. Can you talk to me about Dollar Tree when you're bored? Yeah, sure. What do you want to know? I don't like them because they they expanded way too fast. I think Dollar General made the same mistake. They tried to capture that, huge influx of COVID spending by increasing their footprint, fourfold. And now they have a lot more overhead, and the consumer's already starting to die off. 60, 55, or 50? There's a tiny bit of support right here at 65. And then the next support is like 45. It's the electricity and the rent, not the employees. I mean, that's what makes it complex. You don't have to necessarily sell, right? It's just that they kind of fumbled, right? The business model itself should do well in the event of, a recession or a period of, drawn out economic stagnation. But they're going to have to solve that issue that they've increased their footprint too rapidly. A lot of restaurants did that as well, as we moved into the end of the pandemic, right? And we're starting to see those fail. Chipotle is a big one, right? Chipotle fucking started opening stores everywhere they feasibly could. But now, it's going to be a bit harder to find someone who's willing to spend $20 on a bowl of shit. Dollar Tree opened over 1,400 stores in 2022, 2023, and then had to close 1,000 in late 23, 24. Yeah, they're not done closing those yet. Commercial real estate could become a like CRE exposure could become a factor if we see some moves in yields. But I don't really think it's that important right now. All I had to eat was Chipotle and Kava. I gained like 20 pounds. Even with how much I work out, it was awful. It's not good food. It's definitely not good food for the price, right? The whole let's chase the TWLO 61C today because 10,000 volume yesterday. Crowd is in shambles. They're probably just sold. Some insider trying to pick up yields before they fucking announce something bad. CRE exposure risk dated for August. There's a bunch that comes through in quarter three, and then quarter two and three of next year. There's like a lot of refinancing that needs to be done this quarter, and it probably won't happen, right? Developers working on them assured 80 and 90% win rates on site selection, but recent data has it around 10 to 20% after the closings. Gross. Distressed sales going through the roof on multifamilies. I'm gonna go out and buy some like fourplexes and just I can just have a different apartment for every mood. Ooh. I think Panera's the worst. Glorified hospital food, overpriced. Mm. It's cool actually. If we do get a period of fairly flat growth, like an extended period of it, um, restaurants and food will get better and cheaper. Be sure to buy them in a place with 0 renter protections. Oh, of course. No, I've never used an FHA. DM not urgent. Ooh. Those are probably sold. Because no one wants to live there, Rims and Tims. I'm sure you knew that, but it would be a good way to get a whole building for basically free. I've always wanted a brownstone. I feel like I'm a brownstone person, you know? I plan on buying some properties down in some shore towns. Oh shit, you can't insure? And sometimes those people make like 40K a summer on renting. Mm, yeah. Could Pickle Jar start a farming community based on calls and puts? But someone would still need to milk the cows and make deliveries to a pickle jar farm to table. Well, we could get an ISDA if we do that. What Brooklyn or Harlem? A brownstone? Upper East Side, maybe? My old friend's dad just sold his 4-story on 36 and Park. It was gorgeous. During an economic downturn, you do not make that much money. Yeah, I feel like the number of people willing to rent out a Verbo for fucking $1,200 a night is gonna drop dramatically. Are you gonna be able to insure your Long Island property for much longer? I don't know. I'm gonna sell it, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to Comic Con. Why would I go to Comic Con? Feels like a place where super stonkers would congregate. Manhattan isn't going to be much better off if sea levels rise. Depends on how much they rise. All work and no play makes Gherk something something. Awesome trader. I find it interesting how the perma bulls in Discord act like the perma bears when the market goes down, and the perma bears act like perma bulls. Yep, that's the thing. You see that in everywhere in finance. It's not just the Discord, right? It's like everyone does that to some extent. It's always about being Mr. Right Now versus Mr. Right. Like go look at like FinTwit and like somehow every person on FinTwit has been long Nvidia since the bottom, right?
Their entries are always perfect. They're short things that no one's ever talked about. Is the juice caboose concerned yet? Yeah, she's concerned with all the signing she's gonna have to do for those checks that she's gonna print for Ukraine over the next 6 months. We're gonna fund them so hard. Isn't that just survivor bias? You don't hear about the losers. It's always the same people. He handled it a lot worse than the Bears did when we got slapped. Talking about me, I was just giving that guy his just desserts. I talked about this 2 months ago. No post history about the thing they talked about 2 months ago. That's what I like about the Discord is it records all of my thoughts, right? Like all of my economic thoughts are held there in perpetuity. People just lie about their positions, man, all the time. They lie to themselves to make themselves feel better. Speaking of juicy, Fixie looking perky. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. It does. They're kept solvent by their followers paying for their exclusive trading tips. You don't need to be good at trading if you can tell people you are, and then they give you money. But, like, don't people have, like, an expectation? Right? Like, I feel like if I shit the bed on Pickles picks for, like, 4 weeks in a row, everyone would just hate me. Where is that, right? Where's that like do their followers not have like hold them to any kind of like accountability? CTA trigger 50 54 46, 53 to 46, like in that range. All hell Gherk, the guy who shorted Nvidia 200 pre-split and told everyone. At least it was interesting, right? I shorted the earnings that changed the market landscape for a year. I still hate you for Nvidia. It was a good short. I'd take it again. Presented with all the same data I had the first time, I would short it again. I just should have closed my shorts before the earnings when they were up 100%. Okay, bud. I would have. They missed. I wasn't even wrong about their revenues or their EPS. Nobody knew that they were going to be like, "Oh, hey, we've got a new chip that we're going to sell everybody and use to finance our revenue for the next year and a half." It's hard to factor in accounting magic. That's going to be That's going to be interesting to see how their revenues are supported when capex is declining. Check DM. What do you got? Ooh, nice. Very nice. Look at you. Win V. Yeah. You keep betting on that. We're not going to break 5,500 ES today, right? We just tested it. We'll see. There's not a lot of support here. Actually, there's really no support here. There's just sold puts on whether they squeeze or not. Did you ever watch The Secret of Nim as a kid? I read the book. Miss Frisbee was the OG. Commodities trading advisor. Systematic futures trading funds is what we're really talking about. Fiction about genetic engineering in 1971. Fighting for 65? No, we lost 65. I think they're just fighting for the short puts at like 60 and 55. Congrats on your TQQQ puts. Thanks, man. The carry trade was key to the Bulls' power. I've been saying that for too long. VIX looks fucking horned up. Yeah. Looks like we tested it. It's time to short it. Remember you mentioning you had long dated puts on SPX? Do you still have those? I closed them on the last test of VIX 17. But I'm still short TQQQ for end of September. And I have like 10 contracts on VX that I picked up last night after Tesla missed earnings. So I'm pretty well hedged to the downside. I'd probably re-enter if I'm gonna re-enter the longer dated puts. I'll do it after GDP. Yeah, no, it worked out. Also, Enphase squeezing. They just went up a bunch on earnings because they guided higher. Their earnings still missed. Really bad. But they guided higher. SRF under 18. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Commodities are selling off pretty hard today. Need to bounce back. Ooh, oil bounced back. Oh yeah, the EIA report's out. I wanted to look at that. Let's see. Oh yeah. Crude stocks are way below expected. Gasoline stocks. Fuck, that's terrible. Imports are down. Cushing crude is down. Distillate production is down. Distillate stocks are down. Gasoline production picked up a little bit. No one gives a shit about heating oil right now. Oh, yeah. Should we go long UCO here? Hmm. Didn't that much time? Oh. There's no OI here though, right? Oh, August 2nd's not bad. Gap filled on IWM. Hmm. Some profit taking, but not a lot. This isn't a lower high yet. AVGO is getting battered. Also, losing 150 on AMD is really fucking bad. Double bottom on oil futures. Can GDP or PCE over the next couple of days reverse this drop? I mean, we kind of already know what PCE is going to be, right? GDP maybe, but uh, actually, also maybe not. GDP might be able to reverse the sell-off in tech, but we'd if it did, we'd probably just get a sell-off in breadth. It took profits. Thank you. Technically, it got stopped out. That's fine. Nice. Can you get your cat a trading account? Get him red and green pair of trading water bowls. Determine whether he buys SPX calls or puts for the day. I'd like to see his returns. What do you think we've been doing? Wouldn't you just raise to maintain the spread? How if BOJ raises, that gives JPOW room to cut? No, why would he? Why would he want to? Why would he want to? Why would he want to raise to maintain the spread? He doesn't want to keep the. He doesn't want to keep the leverage in the carry, right? He wants U.S. banks borrowing from the U.S. Japan's stealing his money because then he can blame it on them. Yeah, it's strategic. Oh, look what Japan's done to us, those bastards, right? USD JPY pair is basically a mirror image of the SPX 500. Yeah, it is. Initiate China invades Taiwan.exe. That's not gonna happen, right? Not if, especially not after this week. If the EU fucking keeps the rest of the Russian central bank assets, Xi's gonna be shitting his pants, filling his honeypot, whatever you want to call it. Oh bother. He's gonna go to Putin and say, "I thought you said the U.S. wasn't gonna do this." Yeah. Yeah, now that we've set a precedent for just taking all of a country's assets, we're unstoppable. No, not oil. Yeah, I know. We already did this, Mr. Grey Pubes. There was a whole stream card dedicated to imperial barrel measurements, like the hogshead and the buttload. Thanks for financing both sides of your war. Maybe that's why China's buying so much gold today. IWM triple top, or just like really sloppy head and shoulders. Squeezy puts time. Oh, they already pulled back all the squeezy puts. Scaredy cats. Now we V into end of day. Oh. I don't know how many ways I can explain this. V's are really hard here. Is Ulta dead? It's been dead for a while. The last 6 months broke us. I see that. The V's gave everyone PTSD, but we're below gamma neutral. Even Elon hasn't lost 600 billion in a day. Is this the gap down, V up, gap down over time that you saw during COVID crasheroni? No, not yet. It's not nearly as aggressive, right? You already asked me that before, Fear and Loathing in Las Vega. GDP, maybe. PCE, we already know the outcome. Mostly. I mean, PCE is not going to surprise a lot. I'm surprised IWM's hanging in there. It's got a lot of support at 20. Isn't 5450 a lot of Vega puts? Yes. For someone like Elon who lost a lot of their net worth today, how do they go about hedging? Did he? I mean, he just got like a $50 billion pay package. Now he can spend more time focused on Twitter. Are you in GME? No. What are your predictions on SPY over the next few days? Hmm. Not sure. There's a lot of data. I don't know how GDP is going to shake out. I would say we probably see like some if we stabilize here and we don't squeeze out the puts under 55 or 54.60, um then maybe we pull back towards 5500 by end of day and stabilize there into GDP tomorrow. And then GDP will probably determine whether we get a bounce higher tomorrow or not. If GDP is inflationary or slowing down, we'll probably see tech continue to. Well, if GDP is slowing down, we'll see tech continue to sell off, and we'll see more sector shift into R2K. If inflation is going up, financial conditions will probably tighten, and then everything will sell off. But tech won't sell off as hard. Does it look likely we aren't going to squeeze down through 60 today? It's still very early, but they've pulled back the short puts at spot. And now most of their short put exposure at risk is below 54.50. But that also means that we could slip to the downside pretty easily. So I don't think we're crawling our way out of this right now. Even if we did, it'd be hard, kind of hard, right? Like this early in the day to get back to 5500. We would need more capitulation from the in the money puts. Both scenarios sounded like sell off. Well, if IWM is selling off and tech is flat or reversing, indexes are probably going to go up, right? Maybe not very quickly, right? Because they're not going to have a lot of support from breadth, but they would climb. I bought 5,500 Ps last Friday with 726 expiry at 5,500 and then held until now. That was really, really stupid. I'm glad you made your money back though. Like the fact that you held them was really bad. You should have just sold them when you were up the first time we tested 5,500. I didn't. What do you mean make you buy UCO? Hold your options into the ground. This is the way of the poors. Are you gonna change your thing from win down to why market red, popcorn? I wonder if that guy from yesterday held his 5500p. I don't know. Do you want me to? No. IWS is mid cap value. Eh. That's not small caps. GME looks like it's about to get the fucking absolute shit shorted out of it. VIX 17 again. Mm-hmm. I wonder if this is just... No, because that broke up. Do, do, do. Hmm. Yeah, that bounce off support on ES failed real fast. Yeah, I mean, on the technical side, it looks like we're going to delta neutral. Delta neutral might rise to meet us around like 53.34, but it's dumpy as fuck. Goodbye, NQ. I'd like to see us hit monthly DN. That's usually where like a regular correction would end historically. Like that's where we stopped dropping in April. Like we dropped a monthly DN and then we reversed. This is not a regular correction. Well, the gap down to delta neutral right now is huge. I mean, delta neutral's down around like 5,200, right? If 54.62, 54.46 monthly DN, 54.46 is a technical reversal on the monthly chart. on the weekly chart. Okay, I think long short Disney. I think their Anaheim Park is about to go on strike. 4 unions, 99% vote in favor of striking. Yikes. Interesting. But need to close at that level, not just test. Close below. This is what happens when you concentrate all of your leverage into 7 stocks to pump the market. They haven't even sold off that much yet. Like Apple's still above 220, which is ridiculous. They haven't made more money in years. It's like the definition of a value trap. Apple's at 217. Oh, okay. Well, that's a little better. Still above 200. I didn't realize it sold off that fucking hard. Tesla's down 10%. What's Nvidia at? Ooh, bearish. AMD is free falling. Yeah. Losing 150 was really bad for AMD. What the fuck? VIX is pushing up through 17. Got some nice backwardation going on. 2 years bouncing back a little bit. 10-year, not much. Oh, there we go. I had to fucking. You see that? I had to raise the bid myself to move my stops up. Ridiculous. If you could be a billionaire tomorrow, but you had to drive a Cybertruck for the rest of your life, would you do it? It's gambling with my life every day. What if I got drunk and drove into a pond? And Dork would just stand there, like, looking at me drown, telling me I need to buy his mug if I want to get out. I would have been riding in the bed. If you died, at least Grimtooth could taxidermy your corpse. That's true. Is NDX 19,000 a support level on futures? 18, like 18.9. Mm, so 19,240 is, and like, yeah, 19,000. Sure. It's a little lower than 19,000, but that's close enough. Well, they're trying to turn dispersion around a little bit, but it's not working. A little upside gappy. Mm. 5430 would be cool as fuck today. Where's GN? At some point it might reverse. I'm trying to find support. 5540. It's like 50, well, it's like 5538. I would like to sign a petition for 5430 today. It's not out of reach. Like, it's definitely possible. I wish there were more puts here to squeeze, but they've mostly retreated, like, back under 5450. Hmm. Oh, snap. I finally got stopped. A little bit of a turnaround and dispersion. Jesus fucking Christ. QQQ's almost at 300 BPS. Um, there's resistance here at 65 and 70, and then also at 80. If we get above 55.80, it could push the other direction. Although it'd be quite hard. There's a lot of sold calls to the upside. Huh. Did the FRN do anything? No, not really. I think it came in at 1.82. Didn't even really have an effect on Fed Fund futures. The 17-week bill came in at 5.115. That's kind of interesting. That means they still expect a cut in September, like almost 100%. Which is probably why IWM isn't falling. The 5-year will be far more important today. If the 5-year prints a tail, then we might see IWM sell off. Let's see. Oh yeah, sorry, 54.80, 54.80. That's where we need to break to for things to get bullish. But it would be really hard. I mean, it's just sold calls 54.80 all the way up. What do you mean by print a tail? A yield at auction exceeds the yield at spot prior to the auction. It basically means there's insufficient demand for the bond that's being auctioned, and that the market is mispricing the value of that bond. And so generally it pushes the yield on that bond up and the value on that bond down. Sometimes it can be a liquidity issue. Sometimes it can just be lack of demand. There's a few reasons it can occur. Will Jibby drop if IWM loses 220? Probably help it. If it hasn't dropped by tomorrow, I would suggest considering rolling out to the August expiry. That's where I've been opening mine anyway. Massive candle on SPX on TradingView, ripped to 5507. Okay. It'll either correct itself in a couple minutes or some exchange printed at a higher spread. TradingView watches different exchanges than WeBull. So it might be you might see it on Fidelity too. No? Alright. Might just be trading view then. Nothing on TOS. I don't see anything on IBKR or WeBull. Okay, Trina. Are you familiar with IWN? Yeah, that's the other. That's the Russell 2K value ETF. AQN doing uppies. Utility should probably be doing pretty well today. Yeah, up 1%. Which expert are you targeting for GoEV CSPs? I was gonna wait a little bit longer, but if it gets back under $2, August 19th is awfully close to earnings. Let me see. Probably September. Yep. Probably September. What are those right now? They're not even that bad right now. 61 cents. It's like 30% yield. I can't believe we're just going to trade in this range for the rest of the day. There's still short puts we could squeeze. Unless those are retreating on this bounce. Let me take a look at that. No, they're not.
you do in oil? Hmm. It's a good quick sauce for leftover spaghetti noodles. What do you like?
I want something acidic, creamy. It's too late. Alright, never mind. Brown butter and like sage or something, right? Like not just brown butter. Also, browning butter is not a quick process. Al limon, yeah. Limone or cacio e pepe or carbonara are pretty easy. Brown butter and sage, but better with like ravioli or baby re. Is that like less exciting? Today's not my birthday. Happy birthday to you. I hope you enjoy your flight to Aruba. What's cracking with the SPX? Well, it's cracking. CrowdStrike is throwing a pizza party for all the IT workers. They've had to put in all the overtime this week. That's really nice of them. Is it Domino's? Does the drop imply more downward movement this week? Is the bear rally kaput? Yeah, the bear rally is. I mean, not only was the bear rally confirmed at the end of the day yesterday as being a bear rally, but we have now reversed the price action from the bear rally, right? So we are now in a downside continuation. Do your backers require any documentation from you, or just that you stream every day? Hmm. New York City Domino's is just as shitty as Domino's everywhere else. I love it down here. It's kind of cool. See, if I were CrowdStrike, I would give every dev that had to spend all week working on fixing the problem I caused like $5,000, and then I would be the most popular security company in the world. What's a few $1,000,000, right? For for possibly the best goodwill ever. Pizza Hut used to be the best in the 90s of shitty fast food pizza. Yeah, it was. Stuffed crust. Can we get some likes for the stream? Can we get some people to wish Gurk happy birthday? But it's not my birthday. My birthday is in November. Everyone knows this. That's too reasonable and rational. Corporate America cannot give out cash handouts to labor. That would only embolden them. Does goodwill have intrinsic value? Yes. God damn it, trash. I miss actually eating inside Pizza Huts. That's a very Midwest thing. Do I have intrinsic value? I don't know. Maybe. I looked up all the people with the name Gherk and the birthday in November. Nobody popped up. Is Gherk your real first and last name? Yes. And middle. Maybe you didn't try Gherk. Ooh, the 5-year is 70 Billy. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of Midwest up in here, especially with how you break apart the regions. What? Where everything west of the Hudson and north of Westchester is the Midwest? I don't think that's an unreasonable layout. Sure, like the Morrissey song, November Spawned a Monster. I don't know what you're talking about. Is this about me being a Scorpio? Because that's nonsense. Manhattan, Midwest, California. Well, no. All of coastal. Well, actually, coastal Oregon's the Midwest, but Washington, like Seattle's not Midwest. Happy birthday, Homewrecker. Everything between Denver Airport and LaGuardia is the Midwest. Well, hold on. Manhattan's in between those. So now that's everything between Denver and Newark, Midwest. And it's really like, let's be honest, it's everything between Ontario and Newark. Were you named after every episode of The Muppets where the Swedish chef says "gurk gurk gurk"? Yeah, actually. Gurk G Gurk sounds better. Upstate New York, Midwest. Oh, very. Have you been there? Ontario, Canada, or Ontario, California? Everything east of Ontario, California. Everything west of Newark Airport. Ontario Airport to Newark Airport, Midwest. Don't you CA my CA joke? The entire US is the Midwest. There's just islands of civilization called cities where stepsisters are banned. Hmm. Are stepsisters banned in cities? Sisters? Cities aren't very civilized. Yes, they are. That's they're like the penultimate creation of civilization. Could we get locked on this range until close? Possibly, but it looks quite weak. Also, IWM's dropping a little bit, which is exciting. Then why do they smell like open sewage? They don't. Maybe you just have a overly sensitive nose. You're just used to the sewage. If I had to choose between sewage and forever chemicals, I'd choose the sewage. No, Boston really does smell like that. True. It depends what part of Boston you're in. But yeah, I can agree with that. Boston's pretty disgusting. Talking about sewage, why is GME still so expensive? No one's really shorted it yet. Not since it ran. Honolulu, Hawaii ranks as the cleanest city in the US. Followed by Dallas, Fort Worth, Denver, Tampa, Burlington, Wilmington, Syracuse, New York, which let me tell you, that's not a city, Lincoln, Nebraska, and then Bellingham, Washington. Nowhere on that fucking list is Boston, which smells like the crabs that you're bound to get that night if you spend too much time there. I never said New York City was clean. It's part of its charm. Coming from the guy whose city just got garbage bins in 2024, it's going to be a fucking nightmare. That's going to get thrown out. That's not going to last. New York's current waste management system is perfect. We don't need fucking garbage bins. Nice poop, Lord. Why are dumpsters such a hard concept for New York City? You have apartment buildings with thousands of residents. All right, this is the way garbage in New York works currently, okay? Everybody throws their shit out down the chute in their building, right? So you walk out of your apartment, you go down the hallway, there's a chute, you fucking drop your garbage in it, you go back home. Okay. Now, what happens after that is the garbage goes down to the basement level where it's then sorted, double bagged based on the type of refuse it is, right? Like trash, paper, plastic. And then once a week, all of those bags are taken out to the street where they're piled up in a giant pile the night before they're picked up, so about 6 hour window. Then a garbage truck pulls up, guys hop off, they grab the bags, they check them in the truck, and they go to the next building. What's going to happen now is that every motherfucking building in New York is going to have 1,000 goddamn garbage cans in front of it for each person that lives in the fucking building. Now, I don't know if you've ever stacked 1,000 garbage cans side by side, but that's going to be bigger than the building itself. I saw garbage piles every day. Every neighborhood has a different day of the week for garbage. So it's a really, really stupid fucking idea. Stop immediately. You're making SPX green. Not to mention, how are they going to get the little fucking claw over all of the parked vehicles to fucking grab the garbage cans and put them in the truck? Like, nobody thought this shit through at all. They tried to implement garbage cans in the 70s before, and people just started stringing their garbage all over the street. And that's going to happen again. Then the garbage union's going to go on strike, and all the garbage is going to pile up into like 50-foot tall mountains. Stop, you're undermining the puts. But it's trash day for both sides of the street, TM. Don't apartments just use one big garbage can? No. Where the fuck are you gonna put a dumpster entrance? These buildings were built in like the fucking early 1900s. There's no access for that. You're gonna chip away the foundation to make room to drive a dumpster through the building? Brick by brick. Saying bad things about New York is just something Midwestern people do to like try to support their boring fucking life living in a field of corn. Okay? Don't even bother. It's not going to work. It's the best city in the US. Go fuck yourself. We have every service and amenity right at our fingertips within minutes. We don't have to fucking drive anywhere. We don't have to sit in traffic. We have art and architecture and history. You don't have shit. You just live in a fucking field in a box. Maybe you're next to a Walmart. All right. Your pizza tastes like Wonder Bread. I mean, I don't live in a box. It's a rectangle. Liard. Do you live in a sandwich or a calzone? Bash the Midwest more. The market likes it. Why don't you launch your garbage into space? That would mean giving Elon real estate in the city. You also have $45 pastrami sandwiches. Yeah, but they're really fucking good. DC's a fucking swamp. Like a literal swamp. It's you, you have the Smithsonian. Eh. One second. He's out of line, but he's right. Is that why all the politicians are so bitter? They don't live in DC most of the time, right? Have you ever seen Congress try to get anything done? They spend most of their time at home and other places. DC's lovely for 3 weeks a year. It's not a frozen tundra or 105 degrees and raining. It's in the middle of Maryland. I mean, it's just, there's nothing good about that. You know that's not true, Rims and Tims. Otherwise, you wouldn't visit your parents, they'd visit you. Why would you choose where you live based on a major disaster happening? Man, you know entirely too much about Rims and Tims. I live in Chicago and I was always like, why does New York City think they're so great? Then I went there and had to concede it's the best city. It really is. There's a couple European cities and probably like Southeast Asian and Asian cities that are better. Not Paris. Paris actually smells like shit. Everywhere you go. Like San Francisco. Hong Kong a decade ago was awesome. Now probably less cool. Yeah, maybe. Copenhagen's awesome, but their food is terrible. There's definitely a sweet spot for how old you want your city to be. Singapore, Tokyo, Barcelona. Huh. Yeah, Barcelona's pretty cool. I can drive to the Smithsonian if I want and park on the street. I can walk to the Met, the Guggenheim, the. Oh, that's a little bit further. Museum of Natural History is not too bad. The Frick collection, all within like 15 minutes. I don't need to go get my car. I don't need to park. I just walk there. And they're free too, because I live in the city. The Frick House is dope. It's pretty cool. The Morgan. But I have a house and a yard. Oh, you mean shit you have to take care of? I have a house and a yard too. You're not gonna win. Do you still have your puts? I still have some puts. You're forgetting the worst thing about New York City, though. New Yorkers. New Yorkers aren't all that bad. They're callous and rude, disrespectful, and sometimes violent. But have you ever seen, like, shit go down on the BART versus stuff happening in New York City. If someone attacks somebody on a subway train in New York, 20 people are probably going to kick their ass. If that happens on the BART, everyone just pulls their phones out and they're like filming it. Yeah, so they just mug them on the streets instead. That's every city. Even New Yorkers hate most New Yorkers. Whoa, whoa. I only dislike New Yorkers that are from the boroughs, all right? Because they're not, it's like being in the suburbs. You don't know how fast I walk, Yaga. There's not a lot of abandoned businesses. Rents are super cheap right now for commercial property, though. No, I'm not a dead rabbit. You're from the boroughs. No, I'm not. I wasn't born there. I just lived there for like 8 years. I lived in Manhattan longer. I was also born in Manhattan. Just use it for the street cred? Yeah, exactly. Being able to take a boat to the Cyclades any given weekend is an insane perk. That antique Macy's escalator is dope. I think that thing might be a death trap, but yeah, it's kind of cool. What's the forward yield on Vol doing? Going up. Like straight up. Mostly straight up. Maybe turning around a little bit. Let the small towners complain. Small towns, small minds. I get it. Like, I understand, like, you live around the same people your whole life. You didn't have a lot of ambition, so you never got out. It's fine, right? You've become complacent. That's right. Nothing wrong with that. Why is Kirk being mean? Oh, gross. I need to get out of here. Says the man who left his hometown and then moved back. Well, I tried everywhere else. They just sucked. It looks like your prediction of Intel to zero is starting to play out. I kid, but yeah. I mean, they're not going to go to zero because the government's funding them, but You still see tech selling off the rest of the week. I think it'll continue unless inflation expectations shift dramatically. And then if they do, small caps and mid caps are going to sell off. So, 5-year draws 4.121%, 96.28% allotted at the high. Ooh, fun. Oh, that's a fat tail too. 11 points. Goodbye, IWM. Dump it. No, don't bounce. What the fuck are you doing? Not even gonna trim rate cut expectations on that. Awesome. Just a small town pickle trying out the Midwest. Took a jar going anywhere. I did a knack for finding complacent girls on MySpace back in the day that were a solid 7 out of 10s. Man, those were the days. Solid numbers. I'll get a second X-ray 215s on IWM, up 50% since yesterday. Am I sticking or kicking? I don't know. We'll see how PCU looks tomorrow, I guess. My port's up 100% today. Thanks as always for your giant brain. No problem. The new Sausage Party TV series is pretty good. Hmm. Probably better not to ask any questions. I feel like that 5-year auction should drive a little bit of a bounce in SPX. But IWM should sell off. Why isn't that happening as fast as I want it to? Dollar's starting to turn around. 20 and 30-year bumped. Fed fund futures just ignoring the fucking bond market. Awesome. This is the retest of the long-term trend after we failed it, by the way. If this retest fails, big bear. And then if we move above 55 10, 55 20, things that get bullish again. Yeah, back above 55.20 would be a bounce. Small cap value is not what's holding up the Russell, though. It's almost entirely finance and health technology. So we're at the bottom unless puts start to squeeze off at 54.50. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It'll still be really hard for us to climb out of this hole, though. Should be upside resistance. Yeah, keep an eye on VIX here, see if it starts turning around. Like, if we start getting more sold calls on the bounce, probably not bullish. If VIX keeps dumping, I'll probably keep moving up. They're getting a little bit more aggressive with the put selling again. Like, they're selling the... They're selling, like, the 60 and the 55. Is there an article about how AI will run out of data on the internet for language model to learn from by 2026? What then? That's it. Reddit starts making more money. How far do you think they could bounce this? 75 is a huge resistance. It might be hard to get it, even get it to 75. 65 is pretty tough too. So 65 is a big resistance, 75 is a big resistance. And there's really not any support to the downside. Very little support to the downside. So I would say that this is more likely to fail. I mean, that's the situation we're in, right? Is that bounces are far more likely to fail than they are to continue. One second. what is it that is holding IWM up here? Just SPX bounce? No, 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 no. IWM has a fuck ton of call interest at 20, 21, 23, 24, and 25. And it needs to push down through 220 to fail. Big old positive market maker support. They're actually not highly correlated, right? Like the bounces in IWM are far larger and the drops are smaller. IWM is in a positive gamma environment. SPX is in a very negative one. They come up with different ways to organize the models. I think less generalized models, right? That would be the next. Although that should have been the first step. That would be the next step. Well, Charm's pretty negative here. So as we get closer to the end of the day, more and more delta is going to be bleeding off. It's just the options. There's very little to do with the underlying. There's actually already ARB there, which quite a bit of it. IWM need a gap 220 overnight to deal with the calls? No, it could fail it. It already tested 220 once today. And if they manage to turn QQQ around and they push dispersion, we'll probably see positive flows pull back from IWM. That's what happened last week when it dumped to like 215. I lost my GANs. How? That was quick. So then go QQQ, go SPX. I still really don't care about Lumen. Let me know when they're more than $5. Oh shit. I repositioned puts after taking modest gains, and now I'm down. Don't you want to buy in now and be even richer when they hit $5? I'm not a big fan of over leveraging shitty penny stocks. There's very few instances where I'm willing to do that. Beanhead, yeah. But that was the right choice, right? It went up like 700%. Don't say that where Dork can hear you. Dork doesn't like shitty penny stocks either. Dork just wants to voo and chill. That's the problem with Dork. Is he wants to buy 1/10 of a VOO share every week for the rest of his life. GoEV? I mean, in all fairness, the majority of my position on GoEV has been sold puts. And they have a 30% yield, usually. So I don't own a lot of stock. I have leaps, but not stock. And I just took profit on a bunch of leaps on it. Imagine if they just hadn't sold all those puts at 54.50. If they hadn't sold all those puts at 54.50, we probably wouldn't have a chance of dropping below 54.50. Actually the good play the Bulls made was back here when they rolled down the 65-60 sold puts. Because if those had squeezed, we would have squeezed off through all of the sold puts. So they kind of put a little gap there. That's why MTB were Dirk will retire wealthy at 55, and you'll be sleeping in a converted New York City trash bin castle in your golden years. What? I have treasuries. I have enough 30-year treasuries to pay some bills when I'm older. Who am I kidding? I'm gonna sell those. They're worthless at 850% inflation. That's why you buy some. That's why you buy some floating rate notes and some tips. You're not getting your tips on. The defense is hilarious. It was a smart move. They've done that a couple times now, and I don't know if that's just because like we have new data that we've never watched before, or if that's particular to the current short vol positioning. But it's interesting. It's interesting to watch them try to gap their exposure. I don't. Yeah, I get it. I don't care. This is the thing I actually hate about small caps running is that every fucking asshole who bought some piece of shit dollar stock comes out of the woodwork and they're like, "Oh man, this stock is so good. Look at what it's doing." It's much better when small caps just do nothing all the time. Look at Shimp. It's up 4.88% today. So it's covered the slippage if you try to sell a share. What is this UCO? Huh? It's like the what is it? 3x oil futures. I can't remember. 2x or 3x, something like that. Double 2x. 2x oil futures. My favorite is Crystal Girls, who made money on crypto, talking about how it's all intuition. Did they make money, or are they just holding stuff with unrealized gains? Colombia outlawed bullfighting today. You think the market would be going the other direction. Bull's not on parade after all. Awkward. IWM looks like it wants to dump so bad, but it just can't. It can. BTC to 1 million, or my hippie cousin goes bankrupt. Are you expecting a bounce, or do you think the rest of the market moves will be data dependent for this week going forward? Even with positive data, it could be hard for us to bounce from here. We're pretty deep in this shit right now. And without factoring in today's positioning, we're at like negative 44 billion in gamma exposure, which means the MM's the MM's selling that on the downtick, right? Not only that, you have CTAs that are massively overlong and super leveraged, and they just want to hit their triggers and sell all this crap. And in order to get them to buy more, we would need to push new all-time highs, and we're really far away from that. Is the bottom of the pan 5400? Yeah, but it shifts, right? So, like the chart you have from last night, that's going to have shifted down with moneyness, right? Because gamma is relative to moneyness. RIP AI 2022 through 2022 through 2024. It was 2023 through 2024. One sec. Johnny Punani. That's funny. Moneyness will always sound like a child describing attributes of a rich person. It's yeah, all right. I won't disagree. What is moneyness? Simply, you have in the money, at the money, and out of the money, right? But those wherever those options lay on the chain is relative to how much gamma they have, right? Because gamma measures the convexity of the option's value relative to the price of the underlying asset or spot, right? So, if you're thinking about like if this is spot, right? And this is gamma around spot, right? Gamma will generally be the highest at spot. Now, this isn't always true. But as spot moves, so does gamma, right? So, if gamma moves up here, or spot moves up here, then gamma is going to rise in that range and fall in that range. Hey, I resemble that remark. I like piece of shit penny stocks. I know a few guys that make a lot of money with penny stocks, but it's very hard. It's a tough business, and it requires like to really make money on it. Generally, requires a ton of research. Some of which you have to do, like in person. Like penny stock analysts do some weird shit, like hanging out in coffee shops next to corporate offices, going and investigating all of their like mailing addresses and stuff. There can be a lot of value in them though. Stalking people, yeah. Well, there's so much fraud, right? So it's, I mean, if you're gonna invest money into one of them, you've really got to make sure that they're a legitimate operation, and going through the steps of doing that can be really difficult, especially because like on OTC they're not held to the same reporting requirements. The movement of gamma levels, Greeks conceptually is moneyness. Then, well, not entirely. Um, you also have implied volatility, which has an effect. Usually you're assuming some kind of moneyness when you start pricing options. So you're either going to be using, a model that's has some sort of, you know, like sticky moneyness, or like sticky strike, where you have to make assumptions about how IV is going to behave in regards to the moneyness of the options.
Hmm.
Sticky moneyness, same like coins out of my cup holder. Yes. When does correction start becoming a crash? Below DN? No, actually. Um, we could technically. I mean, well, at least from an options perspective, we could pull all the way back to like 4,500 without experiencing a crash. Maybe even further, like 4,200. If we were to fall under that, though, then it's crashing. Did you ever find a UX UI person who could rival my prowess? I mean, I've never seen a button fancier or more aloof in my life. So no. Soft landing at 4,500. Nice. Well, conditions get incrementally worse, right? So like you cross DN and the market makers then dumping delta on downside moves, right? Um charm on like the entirety of the chain starts to turn negative, so then the is persistently selling the flat tape, and then below that you start to get into a range where like the market maker has to long Vana, and if the market maker longs Vana on the index, everything sells until nothing can be sold anymore. There would be no reversing the market at that point, because anybody who tries to go long would simply be providing liquidity to the market maker for them to sell more. Didn't you say two hop time streams ago, if we fell like 1%, it ramped up like crazy? One sigma, which we're right around here. And the more you push up and the more uncorrelated the index becomes with its underlying stocks, the less of a range you have to move to the downside for one standard deviation. Anti MOASS? Yeah, essentially. I just wanted to be acknowledged. Also, are you supporting Kamala? No, I've given up on the US government. The copium seething out of the left is has with Biden dropping out of the race, and then them picking probably the worst possible candidate in order to ensure that they could keep their hands on the $200 million in donations has made me remember that both sides suck really, really bad. That was the best response possible for government support. I appreciate you. Thanks, Daniel Groves. $200 million is not even that much money. They're politicians. They'll take anything. Did you ever consider otherwise? Sometimes I veer towards the lesser of two evils, but no, no. I'm starting to think the USA is just an oligarchy. Yeah, it is. Trump is afraid of her? I doubt it. He's just afraid of someone that's not currently dying. That could have been anybody. Our elections should just take place on the stock market because that collective is what runs the country anyway. Ooh, interesting. So you just have an asset and it opens on election day and everybody can go long and short and whoever wins gets paid. I like it. That sounds bad. That sounds amazing. It's like yes no contracts. Then you'd be president, maybe. The beauty of the current system is that poors feel like they can impact the system. Yeah. RC would have more than one vote. Ew. How low could AQN go in case of a correction crash? I want to dump put profits into something to stop myself from overtrading, but I don't want too much exposure if this continues. I have no idea. In the event of a crash, I mean, that's not something you could really predict. It's a utility. It'll probably be somewhat resilient, but I mean, it could drop pretty low. Back under 5, maybe even down to like 3 or something. Like in market crashes, usually like PEs just disappear, right? So any like forward pricing for most sectors is just going to get wiped out. You take those multiples away and stocks start to drop to levels that you would not think possible. Do you think it's worthwhile to build a model to predict FTDs will lead to positive price action on the day? You can't. There's no transparency in the like long short for FTDs. It'd be impossible. And when they get mixed into ETFs, which is the primary driver of FTD price improvement, they're combined with so many other assets that you have no idea where the fails are. There's just fails on some stock out of hundreds. And there's no reporting requirements for any of that. So I mean, maybe it'd be worthwhile if you like worked at an ETF and you knew what stocks were overexposed within your own like asset basket, but or you're have some sort of visibility into like authorized participant accounts. Would you vote for me if I ran? No. I'm not giving you access to predator drones and my address. Is rain romantic? No. It's wet. Makes sense. No problem. Yeah, if the FTDs just stopped, if the buck stopped at the underlying, sure, it would be worthwhile. And we've already analyzed the fuck out of all of that, right? But it doesn't, right? Yeah, FTDs are cleared with ETF liquidity and then split among like possibly hundreds of different ETFs, all of which contain hundreds of different assets, and it becomes way too obfuscated to continue to track it past that point. To get these slowed downside, quick upside in this range, are they selling tons of puts? Are we done with the downside for today? No, not necessarily. Charm is still negative here. They are selling a lot of puts, but they're sufficiently out of the money for now that they're not at risk of squeezing. So we really need to get below, well, actually on this bounce they've sold a bit more puts at spot. So there's a little bit more chance that we could kind of squeeze through that gap to the larger pile of sold puts, but the majority of the sold puts are down below 5450. So we'd really need to push into that 5450 level to start squeezing out like the big block of sold puts. That's where the liquidity is, right? And so, but if we can, and we could, right? I mean, delta is going to decay into the end of the day. It's not decaying positively, right? So the MM is going to be persistently selling as the contract values, for in the money calls, moves to one, and the money puts moves to one, right? And um that's gonna weigh down on price into the end of the day. So I mean, bulls can fight back against that pressure, but if they don't fight back hard enough, it's gonna overwhelm them, and then we would fall into where all that liquidity is. You would vote for me for sure. I'm chaos. I feel like I'd vote for you because I do think you're chaotic, but then I would find out that you're really not, and I would be sad. That's how elections work, Gerg. What about 90% chaos? 10% hot gas? Hot gases are chaotic. Are you fucking with me right now? I feel like Popcorn would just call JPOW all the time and ask when down. Well, I hope he'd fire JPOW. I heard Jip had to be transportation secretary. He'd quit. For the memes. I've already said that the best possible system that the Fed could implement would be random number generated federal funds rate. Where every morning at market open, the federal funds rate randomly moves to a different number. No one knows what it's going to be. It's the perfect solution. And then we don't need legislation to keep the banks risk neutral, right? They'll just have to be, because otherwise they'll get fucked every day. Between 0 and 50, yeah. MMF funds would be wild, right? Can we employ Yolanda Vega or Vanna White to do this? The Fed's already privatized. Would you support a J-Pow Wharton ticket? Yes. Well, no. Hold on. I would watch every minute of a J-Pow versus Warren election. I wouldn't want them on the same ticket, because then they would just never be anywhere near each other. Papa Goric, help, help, help. What? Warren's a Democrat, right? Yeah, and J-Pow's a Republican. It's perfect. Pelosi's not old enough to be president yet. Gherkin used to like J-Pow before I found out he was incompetent. I did. I still do, but he is incompetent. She's 84, like I said. Too young. But J-Pow did such a good job while it was easy. Yeah, and then he stopped doing a good job because he was afraid of banks failing. William Shatner's old enough to be president, like 94. Yeah, but he'd never be able to get through a speech. It would take all day. No one's got time for that shit. Who controls the money? BlackRock? Vanguard? Blackstone? Private equities, big bags of debt. Gary Vee at $2. You said good for CSPs. Yeah, I'll probably sell some CSPs on it. Rock Guard, Vanstone, Blackguard. They're just towns in Connecticut and Boston. Streets in Boston, towns in Connecticut. My port, it was green. Now my port red. Why did you DM me saying 5,400 guaranteed? Big Mama Yellen got that juice caboose. I did not say that. And I definitely didn't DM you. What strike and time frame do you like for GoEV CSPs? I'm not gonna let you guys ruin the bid for me. Made that mistake before. Can you take a look at Fly? Hey. What do you want to know about it? Would you consider this a bearish breakdown? Yeah. See this? Well, nothing? I just wanted you to look at it. You son of a bitch. They have 1/4 of financial results. Morally liberal, socially liberal, and I have financial knowledge. I need to get into politics. Why do you want to ruin yourself like that? Have you exhausted every other possibility for your life? Do you have set rules on closing one leg versus both on SPX straddles? No. I did close my calls from last night's straddle at market open, but I still have my puts. I think the sell-off was due to New York City banning certain non-UL batteries, but these batteries don't meet that criteria, so I wonder if you see a chance to mean revert. So you think everyone's wrong? Sounds like some legal stuff that you need to dig through very, very quickly. Mm. You're right. I have a job I don't have to do much for and get paid well. Plus, I have a doctor wife, so I can just be a trophy husband. Yeah, both of those things are better than politician. They don't even make that much money. Congress people make like 180 grand a year. It's like a poor salary, like a laborer. And if you're not on the right committees, you don't get all the free stock tips. What if we make under that? You can do better. You only get the good stock tips if you're on the right committees, which means you need to be a rep in a major city. Right? And then you have to be popular. If I was in Congress, I would ban zero DTE trading for banks. Zero DTEs for poors only. Oh, so MMs just killed retail every day. Some politicians make money after they leave office. What strike were witch puts? If 180k is poor, Dork and I are living in the wrong area. It's like just on the cusp of like being able to afford shit. It's it's really not a lot, right? I mean, yeah, cost of living varies across the country, but 180k is kind of shit. Like 100k a year hasn't been wealthy since what? Well, 2008. Yeah, I understand that it's relative. Average income's about 45k. Stop gunning for the fucking middle of the barrel. I know people who make like $300,000 a year who have no expertise and do nothing. It's it's not that hard. You just have to keep trying to get that. That's the whole state trash. There's like 20 million people north of the city that are just they're just like living in the woods. They drag down the average. I am not out of touch. What are plumbers making nowadays? $48 to $82k a year, and then $86 to $140 as a master. doing the whole US, not just California. Let's be honest, some people don't have what it takes to make more than 30 or 40K a year. I don't think I agree with that. I don't because I don't think it requires like a lot of intelligence or like any kind of like genetic gift, right? That sounds about right. I make 50K a year, and I would probably make 4 to 5 times that doing the same job in the U.S. Cries in Europe, or I honestly apply for high-ranking positions at companies that are the most conservative. I know they have to hit their quota, so they can't turn me down. Genius. A lot of it is just luck. It is. You're not wrong, and like, but I think some people just like roll the dice a couple times and they're like, well, fuck, I'm stuck with this. And like being poor is really shitty, and there's a ton of opportunity cost because you can't just like, you know, pay to have your time freed up, right? I'm an electrician making 100K and I work 5 days a week. That sounds about that sounds about in line for like like a broad average for like contractors across the country. That's probably about right. There's definitely areas in the country where, you know, union labor and stuff gets really ridiculous, or just, you know, any kind of like any professional services are ridiculously expensive, like SoCal. But then the cost of doing business is also really high. I could make 180K working in the mines. I mean, you could go dig in a dirt field in North Dakota and make like 120 a year. So why don't you do that? Roughnecking or literally with a shovel? Roughnecking. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could try it with a shovel. Maybe you find a giant chunk of gold. We need a UBI for day traders. I don't want to because I have a wife and kids, and I don't want to be divorced. Ah, tell them to stop holding you back. If people just learned to code, they wouldn't fucking complain. Because AI ML jobs are paying close to 200 to 300K. I mean, I'm not trying to add like formal education to the mix, right? Like you're not going to get an AI ML job paying 300K with like a high school diploma and some certifications, right? They're going to expect a degree in computer science, which requires like the upfront investment of educational costs. I tried that. She yelled at me. I did without a degree in CS. You probably started a long time ago, right? So you have the time advantage. So you were able to get experience under your belt when the qualification demands weren't as high. During my last job search, I ran into a bunch of positions paying 45K a year and requiring a bachelor's minimum. It's rough out there. I wonder how many people are working at those jobs that are just lying about their bachelor's degrees. You're also in the South, right? That's tough too. Like the Southeast has some of the lowest wages in the country, right? The Southeast and the North Midwest. All this talk has made me realize I'm poor. I'm sorry, Atomic. But you're rich in Fubo. On the bright side, drinks are cheap and I love it here. Once I finish my degree, I'm gonna have to move though. Yeah, yeah, I would probably. Although, maybe by then it'll be more, democratized across various regions because of work from home, right? CS grads have started growing on trees. Yeah, but that leaves other sectors abandoned, right? So then, plumbers will start making more money because no one's going to fucking trade school. I have a buddy who does like HVAC in upstate New York, and I think he makes like 300K a year. He makes more than guys I know who work on Wall Street. I don't think he graduated high school. I'm pretty sure he didn't. He just went to like a state funded trade school and fucking took some courses for 6 months while he worked at like Burger King or some shit. And then he got an apprenticeship job and he kept doing that until he had more money. And then, he journeyman or whatever. And then now he has his own fucking van with tools in it. I don't know what you guys do with all that shit, but he does now. Yeah, he owns a company. But I mean, what's the step up there, right? It's still just a service. Like he saved a little bit of money every week till he could file a business license and buy a van. Yep, HVAC here in Upper Westchester, Lower Putnam, 266K a year. I know two of them at least. Yeah. What's up, Bob? IWM red. I know. Oh, I wonder if my put's printed. Do I still have those or did I get stopped out? Nope. And they also haven't printed. Fantastic. Up a bunch. Oh, I should have averaged these down. Son of a bitch. Whoops. Mm. Is this going to be it for SPX? Kind of looks like it. Hmm. Yeah. I've been working electrical science for 15 years plus associates. I make P00. What do? I don't even know what that means. I know welders in Alberta making 250 to 300 a year. Those are Canadian dollars, though. We're gonna hit that first CTA trigger before close. We're only $3 off. The data beta indicate that IWM is still positioned to move fast once it drops under 220. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever made 100% with an option. This is exciting territory. Make sure you're protecting your profits, and also congratulations. We'll see how the data shakes out. I mean, there's obviously a chance that that it's positive, but I don't think that's going to give us like a strong bounce from here. I think if we bounce, it's going to be a little bit grindy at first, unless something major shifts, and I don't really see that happening. What does the CTA trigger do? Is it like boost on Mario Kart? No, CTAs will just start slowly dumping positions and selling. Generally, it means a lot of price stagnation, right? While they dump or rotate. If they start, so they'll start selling, right, which will generally mean a lot of chop. And I think we're maybe seeing a little bit of that already. And then they'll start rotating short, which starts to drive downside price action. So usually it creates consolidation. Not all of them are, using the same, trading strategy, but they all have relatively the same levels. How about negative GDP? That would be very unlikely. Where did the money go? I think the only way that happens is if inflation is way the fuck up. But, the Bureau of Labor Statistics would never abstract our real inflation away from us using seasonal adjustments, right? They would be honest and transparent about the risks faced by the American consumer. Right? Ooh. I see it, Dork. Nobody tell him. What's the actual level there? Hold on. Let me go check. It's 54, 46, 53. That's the boy. Ooh. Hope they sell more IWM. This is getting nice. VIX at 1750. There's another CTA trigger a little lower down, like 53, like 50, 53.75 or something like that. 53.41, I think. But this is the big one. This is the one that matters. I make 160K a year in California, which is not amazing, and I don't feel wealthy, but it's still good. Yeah, it's middle class. I mean that's the reality right now with inflation at fucking where it is that, 150K is staunchly middle class, right? Oh, secret penis. Nice. Thanks, popcorn. Poors don't deserve all the mockery from the Pidgeys. They're probably just as poor. Or they have 3% mortgages. I just want to sell bear calls at weekly GN and walk away for a week. What could go wrong? Everything. You mean at 55.90? I mean, probably nothing's going to happen. You're also not going to make any money. And if something did happen, you'll lose a bunch of money. What are the margins like on a daycare facility? Like 60%? Is the yield curve just gonna uninvert itself? Maybe. Yeah, that's... It's a distinct possibility. 60%? That's insane. I don't know if that's true across all daycares, but I know at one specific daycare that's the case. But they're kind of like they cater to like the wealthy. So they charge way too much. My mortgage is 8%. I just used my credit card for Pigeon Whale. I couldn't pass up the secret shirtless indicator pics. Thank you. I got lucky and got a SPY 553p during work at 4:13 p.m. after hearing the end of the stream, and it's prompted real hard. Thank you for the insight as always. Nice, man. Well done. How much lower can we go? 54.30? Yeah, probably not much lower than that. I mean, I guess technically we could, but we'd really have to pick up a lot of volatility. Ooh. I'm gonna squeeze some sold puts here. The only thing green on my TradingView watch list is VIX. Is your TradingView watch list just VIX and SPX though? Mag 7. Oh, okay. What happened to breadth? What happened to rotation? People are getting scared. Fear, greed. T, AMKBY, and Dole, all green on my watch list. It's almost like I've been preparing for this moment for years. Like some kind of evil genius. It's called Stock Wizard. IWM's getting rugged. I told you what would happen if it broke 220. Oop. Nice. I do wish I'd averaged these down before they bounced back, but what are you gonna do? What's the next level on IWM? That's a good question. I don't know, maybe like 16-ish, right around there. Some support. Nope. Okay. Cool. Well, that was fun. Nice. UCO is kind of underperforming here. I'd like oil to do a little bit better. Hmm. Weird reaction. IWM can go a lot lower, but I'm not going to test that with zero GTs that were up 100%, right? Is this it? Are we in Baratory? A little bit, yeah. CrowdStrike offering $10 Uber Eats gift cards to their software whoopsies. Economy saved. That's going to be viewed poorly. I said what they should have done. How many IT professionals in the US had to deal with the outage? All of them? So roughly 3 million people? So identify just all of the IT heads, right? And give them all fat fucking bonuses. Give them all like 5 grand each. It's probably what, 10% of the total amount of IT professionals. And then, boom, you don't lose your contracts. Everyone loves you. Not the people that work under those IT professionals, but who cares? They haven't gotten promoted yet. This is fun. AI isn't profitable. Guess it's time for a recession. The market. Do you see any actual chance for SPX to bounce? No, it doesn't look good. And if we do, it's going to be probably either really slow or way further down and very fast. These freaking feuds are just chilling out like nothing's happening. NQ's down like 3.5%. Which futures? Will today be the first negative 2% down day in over a year? I think so. Yeah. Well, if we close down 2%. This makes the SPX daily look absolutely terrible. Yeah, it does. You guys ready for it? Because we broke into the long-term trend here. Boom. I'm not playing the fucking bear song right now. You know how many puts I have? Fuck you. What's up, Nuke? Ooh, the bottom one. Yeah, I like the bottom. It's nice. A little easier to read. Sexy. getting near support here. This thing ain't looking good, boss. Nope. End of day target. Honestly, probably somewhere between here and 50. There's a lot of out of the money puts coming in though. So if we pick up some volatility, maybe this swings back up to 50. But I would say most likely between 40 and 50. Dang, 50. That's wildly bearish. I was 54.50 trash. Goddamn. Are they leveraging up the carry trade just to handle this? I think they're trying to fight back against vol. It's not working. The forward yield of on volatility is now above the risk-free rate, which is insanely bearish. Are you expecting SPX to bounce a little tomorrow? I'm covering my ass in case we pump into close for GDP. Thanks for the IWM heads up. No problem. That was a nice one. Oil's starting to turn around here. I feel like win would be a better target. Yeah, they're both shit, but I'd probably short win over LVS. I guess they're pretty much the same. They're effectively just casino REITs, right? Or like Carnival. Ooh, Carnival looks fun. Later, Jen Jen. Can you talk about the advantage of strangling SPX with VIX this high? You don't. Well, you don't straddle. You strangle because the realized move is more likely to be large. So you offset the increased cost of volatility by widening out the spread. Where does this end? The downside? it could it could it could carry on for quite a while. Delta neutral right now is at about 50 5260-ish, I think, on SPX. So on the monthly contract. So probably as we fall, that's going to move up. So maybe we find some support at like 5300, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the end of the downside move, right? It could just be where the downside move gets way, way fucking worse. JPM long puts are at 5170. That would be a fairly significant correction. What's your ZOM position right now? Let me take a look. I fucked with that a bit like a couple of weeks ago. I am not currently short any contracts. Just long. Looks like my it looks like I took profit on short calls yesterday when we fell back below the trend. Hold on, let me pull up that chart. Trigger here for my short calls. So I had 110 Jan 26s, and I closed, or July 26s. I closed those. Didn't I didn't have an order for calls though, so just long my shares. I should probably pick up some kind of hedge in case the downside on SPX accelerates. But I'm kind of bullish on oil right now. Also, inventories are just dog shit today. Any expectation for a bounce with this now below 5450? It just gets harder. It just gets harder and harder to bounce and more likely to continue. Like even in this range, we would need to bounce back over 5480 to get a reversal. Like even a signal for a reversal. And we would need to get over 5540 for it to be considered a reversal. So like 5480 signal, 5540 confirm. Carvana puts up 40%. Same like take profits. Or is this just gonna keep cratering? You're only up 40% on those? I just assume it'll keep going down. My target's like $100. I'm like $7 in the money already. My target's 10. It's not. I don't even think. Well, that's not unreasonable. How do you calculate percent profit on a debit put spread that you paid credit for? Just do max risk. You're just risking the credit from the prior. So I mean, your risk is still your debit, right? You're trying to convolute something that doesn't need to be. How likely Todd comes out tomorrow? Todd's always there. It's probably talking about the 115p. Maybe. I think I got in at 134. I got in at like 130, like 130, like just under 135, I think. I have a pretty big put position on Carvana though. So I have a bunch of different contracts. The weeklies are fucking killing it. I have like weekly 135s. I've bear ladders for August. Or well, bull put ladders. Which are up a bit. I think if Carvana loses 120, I probably cut the short puts on those. So like this, when you have a bear put ladder, generally what you do is like once you confirm the move, you cut the in the money sold put. A, to avoid assignment. B, because you want to increase the profitability of the short, like the long put contracts. You do get rid of your hedge if you do that though, so you have to think about that. Could it hit 216 today? Probably not. It'll take a little while to grind down through its current levels unless the market just dumps overnight. But it could hit 216 by end of the week. Especially if inflation expectations pick up again tomorrow, which they seem to be trending towards, right? Input costs aren't going down and PPI is still hot. So it's not like PCE is going to be great. It's just going to be lighter because of less of the costs are being passed forward in a less efficient manner. Did I miss anything in the last hour? Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty significant breakdown of the long-term level on SPX, which is neat. What are you thinking about the Ulta play? I took profits on Ulta already. It hit my mid PT. Are you still in Ulta? It looks like shit. Everything's dumping. I'd imagine. I don't know. I haven't actually looked at it today. Yeah, it looks like absolute shit. Not only that, it fell below my original risk as well. But these would have been where to take profit, right? I don't remember what day the entry was on, but it was like back here. I'm in December stuff, but I paid for it with shorter term calls. I mean, if XRT starts tanking, this is fucking not going to be good for Ulta. Losing support here is really bad. Is that what the risk line is? The red one? Yeah, that means like abort. But it went from like 385 to fucking like 413 in less than a week. Why would you stay in it? And then it failed, and then it bounced back the next day. So you got two exit entries, both of them above the mid PT. I could see some case for like a buy-in here on this bounce, but risky. Because, you know, you'd be playing the reversal. I'm mocking people who don't follow the plays. Oh. I just want to know where the understanding fails, so maybe I can do it better. Still have a few months of theta, but yeah. Careful. I mean, I guess you could always sell calls against it, right? Like don't just sit there and be like, ah, fuck me and eat the losses. Do something about it. They're pretty easy to follow. I try to make them as simple as possible. But some are confusing. Not all setups are the same, right? I still haven't figured out. There's a lot of plays that I want to write up that I can't yet because I haven't figured out a good methodology for writing up like plays that have multiple risk reversals. So I generally only write up stuff that has a single risk reversal. And I've tried to do it in the past, and people just get really confused. And they're like, I don't know which one of these is the risk. And they'll start like buying shit before the breakout where you need to buy. It just gets, don't do it. I guess. Multiple if then statements. Well, there's a lot of like really super conditional trades that can, like, Cat was like that. And like the way I managed it was just like writing it up multiple times, right? But um like Cat was like a buy here, and then it was also a buy here. And so I just bought both of these, right? But I don't know how to like write that up for people, right? Because most people are just gonna like close when they're up here. Right. So I was like long here, short puts. Then after the short puts fell off, long here again. Right. And then on the breakout at the risk line, add. Then added here also. And then sell, 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 sell. If one can't follow if then scenarios, should they be trading? That's a good question. I mean, I don't know. A lot of my goal is to open like try to break down that barrier, right? Eliminate a lot of the, and like that's why we're making the data platform, because we get to eliminate a lot of the complexity in all of this. And I think if you can get rid of a lot of like the majority of the complexity, right? you open up the opportunity to a far broader audience. And I learned my lesson with explaining, like trying to over explain market dynamics back in the GME days, right? Because it eventually just led to people being like T plus 35 plus 2 plus 5 plus 8 plus 7, right? And without really grasping like what each facet of that meant, right? Plus 69 plus 420. It's, and to me it's really simple, right? It's you have a mark to market like T35, and that's after now T1, right? And then, you know, anything offset into ETFs is still T3 plus 35, right? It used to be T4. But then, you know, you have other things, right? Like you have holidays, and you have deferred settlement. So these two are really easy to pin down, but they don't always result in price improvement, and B, they don't always actually settle out on the day that you expect them to, right? And then you know, there's also CNIS, right? So there's the netting of these to roll over into another cycle, and so, you know, this is where everyone gets lost, is out here on the exceptions. No, they get T4. Everybody, like all of the people trying to reiterate it have been completely fucking incorrect. It's fun to watch them, right? Try to like pin it down, but they're so far off base. And I've already written it up, right? I don't want to go back and go through all the regs again and do it all over again. I know how it works. Bulls have to get vol down, right? Yes, they do. Substantially at this point. But are there any bulls left here? I mean, we're really not in a range where there should be very many bulls anymore. Any big boy earnings tonight to tank this? I don't think any of the earnings tonight are particularly important. Maybe IBM now. I don't think anyone gives a shit about Ford. CMG maybe a little bit. But I would say IBM and ServiceNow are probably the most important tonight. Uh, Tomorrow, NYCB will be pretty important. AstraZeneca, AbbVie, Honeywell, American Airlines. I hope 3M shits the bed on earnings. Now is tonight. That's correct. You used to call the SEC for clarification, and they couldn't or didn't want to. The SEC and FINRA. A lot of them don't even know the fucking regs. I also talked to like 5 different securities lawyers, The only guy I found that actually knew anything about it was doing compliance at an active fund and couldn't really talk that much about it. It's hard to find people with that expertise. It's really obscure shit. Which also means that there's alpha, right? Because it's obscure. Ford probably gives you a look into commodity and credit conditions at a surface level look. And last I knew, they didn't separate their commercial fleet sales, so it doesn't really give you a great look into like small business credit. I know somebody who knows a shitload about compliance. Oh, cool. Yeah, always interested to talk to people like that. Which which specific do you know like what specific part of compliance they deal with? You ever tried the FINRA janitor? No. How's dispersion looking? Pumpy time? No. Why does everyone keep saying that? What is wrong with you guys? You're like abused children. Mommy, is daddy gonna come home? Daddy's mean. People are so used to V's. We have like fucking negative like 50 million gamma on the chain. The market maker's not buying shit on a bounce. Daddy's drinking his angry juice again. Everyone's so traumatized from fucking being above gamma neutral. Why don't you guys just put stops on your puts? It'd be much better from a mental health perspective. I have MM syndrome. I kind of regret buying these IWM puts. They're up, but I can't sell them today without getting hit with PDT. You could sell something against them and lock in your profits overnight. If I put stops on my puts, then my losses become realized. I mean, they'll always become realized. It's just a matter of time, right? You know, I'm still glad I didn't short cat. Can backswing stuff that way backfire? I mean, you get less profit out of the contract, but not really. You take a little bit of a hit to your profitability, but you get to lock in the profits early. Not true. I've overheld my puts twice in the last 2 weeks, and I've been rewarded with dumpies that paid off. Ugh. If I don't put stops, then the losses are only realized after I've emotionally detached myself from them. The presumption should never be that the market is going to crash, right? You don't need to be smart when you're lucky. Yeah, as long as you can be lucky 20 times in a row, right? I'm sitting on December 5,000 puts, and I will not even consider a stop until below DN. That's the beauty of theta. Yep. Yeah. Lucky 20 times in a row. Sounds like bulls for the last 10 years. Yeah, but then you get a month where they lose everything. They say that S&P on average returns about 10% a year. With the insane ripping the last two, I feel like we're about to go way down for a bit to average it out. Probably. Yeah. I mean, the long run, like, average PE ratio is like 16-ish. So, pull back to that would be rough. Very rough. DM. That's a lot of DMs. Oh, it's just one. Ooh. Fucking nice. I like it. Wait, you went with a different one. I could have made 20K today. Instead, I made 400. Carl, let's have a conversation real quick. Now, you've done this for about 3 years, all right? Um, you now have a small borrow to take care of. And 400 a day is still winning. And in your heyday of trying to make 20K a day, I feel like you lost a lot more than 20K. Fair enough. You talking to me or Carl? I don't care what you do, Cobra. Carl's been doing really well, making like a couple $100 a day. Maybe even well enough that he could start scaling that a little bit. But if he starts trying to make 20K a day, he might make 20K in a day. But the next day he's probably going to lose 40. Yeah, but he really could have made 20K. Okay, I wasn't contesting that. Fake Gherk promised me 20K in a day. So sign up with Fake Gherk. That's not going to go poorly. That is definitely not the best way to scale. It's a way to scale. You might have prevented a bankruptcy by saying that. Fake Gherk said I was special. Yeah, real Gherk would never do that. Or if I did, it was with derision. It wasn't a compliment. Are we in a crash? No. If you have to ask, you're not in a crash. Signing up with Fake Gherk is a way to scale. Can't be any worse than like buying shit coins, right? Fake Gherk cares how I feel about the market. It doesn't even make sense. Hey, Fake Gherk, what's up, Nick? Ooh, I don't know. What do you think? I like it. Maybe, maybe not the bottom one. Maybe just on the. Yeah, it's busy. Maybe just on the two. The I need to set wider stops. I'm gonna go over this with Fake Gherk tonight on our nightly call. Fake Gherk offered me handies behind the Wendy's. You've never done that. I've moved up in the world, Dave. Forecast GDP is 2%, but month over month historically is 1.4% for June, 3 May, April, 1.6 for April. It's been dropping for the last 3 months. Is it reasonable to really expect over 2%? No, but that should mean that we're getting more inflation, right? Because the deficit spending is remaining pretty steady, right? So if it's not going into GDP, it's got to be going somewhere. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't think any of you are getting paid a lot more money for no reason. Are you? Maybe I'm wrong. Has anybody gotten a 10% raise the last couple months? Stop? What? I mean, don't rub it in my face. I wasn't trying to. Well, okay, so then inflation is up. 30%. That guy got 3 of your raises. Witness me. Yeah, that looks nice. I like that. That tones things down a bit. The arrangement's a little bit better. Perfect. Excellent. $385 watching, 267 likes. So the inflation bit offended more than 100 people. I wasn't trying to offend anyone. It's just that's the reality, right? Planning on entering a 15 minutes at X-ray strangle on STX is a $40 range. Too conservative. Yes. Wait, no. That's what? That's fucking stupid. What are you thinking? I missed everything you said about macro today, but poor tech earnings, hot flash PMI, 30-year gilt auction spike. These in combination have driven the sell-off today. Also a lot of puts. I like the stream before Gert got on because my puts were green. I love how you guys like based on your daily performance. Are short puts just fucked now? They're fairly fucked, but they could sell more. That's usually the solution to being fucked for them, right? Is you just keep selling them. Although that hasn't worked out great today. Thanks, username McUsername face. I like based on whether I remember that's even a thing. Fair enough. I don't like interacting with YouTube, but I'm here every day. Does the CTA trigger move on a daily basis? No, it's just not like it's so the word is trigger, but it doesn't really behave like an instantaneous kind of thing, right? It's not like you just hit the trigger and CTAs are like, "Oh, everyone race for the door," right? It's, you hit the trigger and they try to start netting out their positions, right? And then flipping short. Um and so that can generally lead to a lot of like stagnation around that price range, and then you get a big move lower because the CTAs are flipped short. Ben, thank you so much. Welcome to Cornishan, guys. Give Ben a big shout out for hooking you up. Wait till you update Pickles Pick in the morning, then I join the stream and like it first thing. Thanks, man. As long as the stream like arrives eventually, it's just as good, right? 3 years isn't that long. You're just mad because I'm not perpetually bullish on GMA, which is a ridiculous thing to just be angry about. I have some puts for next week. I bought yesterday. They're way in the money. Thank you, thank you. Do I sell some and buy more tomorrow? Or is there more downside to come? There could be more downside to come, but it's generally good to consider capturing some of your profitability in case there isn't more downside to come. We have a lot of data over the next 2 days, and it's important. So that's something that should probably be considered. Bulls are back. Wait, when? Buying a straddle that covers the next 2 days, or a new one each night? New one each night. It'll cover the next. They'll both cover the next 2 days in case we get like a flat output. But um, I'll be buying strangles. VIX is at almost 18, not straddles. They're way too expensive. Any chance for a recovery tomorrow? Okay, yeah, but we have a lot of. There's a lot of confirmation before we get to where an actual recovery would start to take place, right? Like first 50, 5450 is a major level. 75 is not insignificant. So, really need to break 80 to get like a signal that things are turning around. And then we don't get into anywhere where things are even remotely bullish until we get above 5540. So, almost $100 upside move before you could say, okay, this is a reversal. Anything below that, that's a bounce to the upside, can flip right back around and keep going down. Probably not strangles on TQQQ. If I was doing TQQQ, I'd probably just stick with the straddle. There's not enough. Well, I mean, there could be, but there's probably not enough meat on that bone to fucking play with strangles. In the meantime, how low do you see SEX dropping before a reversal is probable? I mean, there's major psychological levels, right? So like 5400, 5350, 5300, but as far as positioning goes, the next best place to get a big reversal would be like delta neutral, which is very far out of the money still. It'll get closer as we drop. It'll rise towards spot as spot comes down. Where we're going to meet exactly is hard to say because it depends on how much we drop each day, right? Well, we recovered from the bottom in April due to data. We recovered from the bottom in October due to a major shift in expectations, right? April largely the recovery was due to the seasonal CPI revisions, right? October November reversal was due, but you had plenty of, you don't have to fucking race to be in at the bottom of that kind of reversal, right? You had more than enough time to confirm a 30% move in the index, I would hope. So the increasing IV on Fubo as it approaches earnings can increase the chances of sold calls at like $1.50 and $2 pulling back, right? Because anybody who sold calls into earnings, is their profitability is going to reduce as IV rises, or price rise, or both. If I had $200 to throw away on holding an SPX option overnight, it's only going to be $200. Which way would you think would be better to lean? I mean, statistically, continued downside right here is more likely than upside, right? Better add $2,000 to that. That sounds more like overnight shit on SPX. Not only is VIX above 18, but it's looking very much like it's going to close around 18, which is far more important than the intraday level. I sold Tesla calls and bought an out of the money call to cover. Then I bought a bunch of out of the money puts. Nice. What do bulls want to see from GDP data tomorrow? What about bears? Hmm. Bulls probably want to see service costs declining. They want to see the GDP price index moving down. They're going to want to see PCE moving down, like core PCE prices. They're going to want growth to be up. And bears are going to want to see either growth way down and inflation up, or just growth up, inflation up. Bulls Bulls right now need continued affirmation that rate cuts are on the table, right? Because the yield curve's starting to uninvert, and we're getting a bull steepener. People are going long bonds, right? Which means risk off in equities. Um, Now that continuing, bulls want that, but that doesn't necessarily mean equities recover, right? And then you know the most bearish outcome here would be if financial conditions were to snap back the other way really rapidly after everyone started going long bonds. Oh, sorry, bear steepening, right? So if inflation is hot tomorrow and growth is down, that's going to push yields and dollar way up. Um, and right now, positioning is kind of bifurcated, right? So we have a bunch of money that's trying to rotate over into small cap and like risk off kind of bets, and that we have a little bit of like flight to safety there, right? But also bullishness around rate cuts. And then you have like dispersion in the like more concentrated sectors like tech that's starting to break down. And so I don't think the outcome of GDP is really net positive or negative either way. It's just going to be weighted more favorably toward one outcome or the other. And so like, if inflation is up, that's kind of good for tech. And tech's the driver of index improvement, not small caps, right? If inflation is down, indexes probably like S&P and QQQ probably continue down, even though that's the bull case, because there's going to be more of a move to breadth, manufacturing, utilities, industrials, right? I can't believe the market crashed. What triggers a crash from here? Well, we've got CTAs that are going to be selling. Obviously, that's going to have an outsized impact, right? We also have just Delta bleeding off the chain. We have all of these short puts that are still squeezing, right? We have the carry trade that's risking off, which means total leverage is starting to collapse in on itself. And so these are all driving price action down right now. They're not at a point where they're irreversible, but they are definitely pressuring the market down. And the more and more pressure they apply to the market, the greater and greater chance something breaks and they do become an irreversible trend, right? Like if enough leverage leaves the market, it's just going to start collapsing. We are in bearatory. We're not in the most bearish range we could be in, but we're in a very bearish range. Can you adjust SPX? Yeah, sorry. And you know how like for the last 8 months we've had like the high for the day, and then like later in the day we have the secret high. in this environment, you know, you're gonna have like the low for the day, and then at the end of the day, you're gonna have like the secret low, right? So everything's just inversed, right? All of that market maker hedging, it's the other way around now. Secret low, yeah, that doesn't work on YouTube. If we crash, I'm leaving. I can't deal with walking again. I'm only gonna let him in the pores chat. Wasn't leverage at all-time highs just a few weeks ago? Yeah, it was. Not even a few weeks ago. A few days. It hasn't been that long. I'll try to take criticism on my formatting from the likes of you. Alright. V's become carrots. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what we've seen all day today, right? Any attempt to bounce the price is met with selling of calls versus selling of puts, right? So, you know, if we go out here and we look, we didn't have a lot of attempts, but we had a couple, right? And these are met with call selling versus, you know, in a more bullish environment where a drop is met with put selling. So put sell reversal, right? V market. Well, now we have bounce, call sell, reject. We get a carrot market. A market? Yeah, sure. I like that better. It's not racist. Ooh, Barrett. I bought puts at both of those points. Awkward. So it's like the people shouting for V's all day. Like they're just getting eaten alive right now. The same way put buyers would be getting eaten alive, you know, if we were above GN, right? Because their puts get sold at the bottom. But, you know, here the call buyers get sold at the top. So their premium crushes and the fucking price tanks. Straddle? Strangle. Doing strangles. Ooh, that's me. I'd imagine it's anybody who was like it's V time, baby, or the Bulls are back, or you know, saying those kind of things. Those people are the ones getting their calls sold. And the bid crushed, which is rough. How wide are your strangles? These are like 15 points. Is it 3 strikes wide? But I already got them. I already got them at 35. So it's like 50-20. I didn't say anything about AMKBY earlier. It was green on the day. The Bears are back in town to the tune of the boys are back in town. I love Thin Lizzy as much as the last person, but that one's too easy. I gave up the bounce, but not before losing a lot of money. I'll play the bear song when I sell my puts. The Bears are back in town to the tune of Fruit Salad by the Wiggles. Huh. That doesn't work. 2024 version would be Thick Lizzie. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. I can tell you my puts for the fall will still be strong after the bulls of summer have gone. Okay, Brian Adams. Or that's not Brian Adams. That's Don Henley. Yeah, Bear Henley. Ding ding. Well, that was interesting. And we closed below the CTA trigger. Overnight could be kind of funky, but it'll probably snap back to 5450 in an effort to stabilize positioning into GDP. So don't be surprised if we get an overnight move to the upside. It doesn't mean it'll last, but a very good chance that we see one. Let's see here. What do we got? Well, way beyond the expected move once again. Big spike in vol. Looks like I might get it this week. We'll see. We fell into the long-term trend from October of 2023 out here on futures. This is a pretty significant range to fall back into. This is also a drop below the monthly open and a technical reversal on the monthly, weekly, and daily for SPX, which we can look at out here. In addition to being a test of the 50 MA and a drop below the 30 EMA, which are they're important triggers. But if we go out to the monthly, one second. This is fairly significant, right? Because we fell below the month where we opened for the month of July, and we now have a reversal. So this is the first step of that reversal. The next really important level is going to be like around 5264. Um, there's a little bit at like 5341. That's going to be like the May high. But really falling back below this 5264 mark is where we would look for maybe the month to end, right? And so that could actually happen as soon as the next couple of weeks. It may not, like, well, next week and a half. It may not. Um, but even if it doesn't, the next month is going to open on a bearish trend, right? And so the presumption for the next month's open is going to be pretty bearish. Out here on the weekly, we're still a little bit off of that like 20 MA, but we have reversed, right? Like this is a very clear reversal. Um, hmm. Maybe we look to 421 for a little bit of a confirm there, but I'd be more interested in clearing down here at like 5191, and then that 5341 level right here in between is pretty important as well. So we'll be looking towards that. Um, any breakdown below 490, like this is probably where we start to look for a really big correction below 4953. This would open up a move back to the long-term trend around 4600. So, but this is very bearish. This is a bearish reversal. We've confirmed it. It's going down. So let's see what happens. Commodities ended up failing into the end of the day. Anyway, I think gold sold off a little bit after kind of peaking a little bit through the midday. Looks like oil still held up all right. Copper and silver selling off pretty hard. Uh, Dixie bounced back a little bit after the auction, but not much. And yeah, maybe this is reversing. And I think if we see higher inflation expectations, we'll see dollar and yields move up pretty sharply, especially given that we've gotten a little bit of steepening, right? Um, Correlation still breaking down at a very rapid pace now, and getting pretty close to the June high on the 1 month correlation. What's more interesting is that 3 month correlation is the highest it's been since we recovered out of the April correction. Um, and, this means that the forward expectations for volatility are, kind of increasing on indexes, not just at the 1 month, but very rapidly over the next 90 days as well. Um, Forward yield on volatility ending the day around 6%, positive 6%. That is above the Fed fund rate. That is above the risk-free rate. That's very attractive to anybody wanting to go long volatility. And I expect some pushback on that if GDP inflation expectations aren't very elevated, and then we'll probably see more of the carry trade fall off. But leverage on the carry trade did pick up today. We did get a lot of out of the money put selling. Some of that squeezed off into close, but not all of it. Bond vol probably up a decent amount today, considering bonds swung so hard, but we'll have to see where that lands. Definitely a big move up in 3 month correlation, which is now finally catching up with over the overall increase in bond volatility that we've had since like May 28th, right? Tail risk hedging is picking up pretty rapidly. So we're definitely getting some put buyers coming in, and starting to leverage the downside, and put buyers tend to move the market down very quick. Forward dumping too, awesome. That's what I like to hear. 69% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. This could fall off pretty rapidly from here, and we already have a pretty big slip over the last couple of days. And if this starts to really drop, like back below 50% of the index, we're probably going to see the majority of that positioning that had moved into breadth sell, right? They'll no longer be above water, and they'll probably start to sell off, I would imagine, pretty quickly. Correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures spiking really hard today, up almost 10%. We are starting to see that turnaround and move significantly more positive very quickly, and that's bearish as fuck. Fed fund futures didn't really do much today. They priced out like 0.10, 0.1, 0.1 of a bip. They're still pricing in like 100% chance of rate cuts in September. If this gets surprised, though, that's going to be catastrophic, I think. Yeah, and so that's where we're at. I hope everybody made a bunch of money today. I think the setup was pretty well telegraphed. And if you didn't, there's always tomorrow, at which point I will see you all later.